We're welcoming the special needs sheep showmanship class, Madison Mangum, Elijah Hoosier, and Bryson Rutherford.
Well, welcome here. Good evening. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with you guys. When they kind of got a hold of me and told me about this show, I don't usually judge many this time of the year just because I'm busy with my college kids and traveling the road and getting back for the holidays. But this was one of those that I made sure I had to get on the calendar, and I was very excited. And as you guys look around and see the sponsors, obviously the decorations and what we're doing here, to me, that's what it's about. So every time I've came to the East Coast, I found good stock, I found good kids, I found a crowd that's a little quiet each and every time as well. As we started here, we got 3 young showmen, one of them first time in the ring, a couple of them been here a time or two, and they're doing a very, very good job. We got a good group of showmen as we're going to keep working through the afternoon, the evening here. What I want you guys to do, again, it's been very quiet every time I come to the East Coast, and I won't tolerate it tonight. Please give these young people a nice big round of applause here. This was a good way for us to start. Congratulations to you 3.
Hey, hang on one second. One thing we do like to do, we do need to do it before we do it, is we need to go to the Lord in prayer. Stan was a little late this morning, but he's here, so we're going to ask him to just say his blessing over this show today.
Please remove your headgear. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you with thanksgiving in our hearts. Thank you, Lord, for all the showmen, all the animals, everyone that comes out to the Whoville show. Lord, I pray you safety and your sportsmanship and a good time and love here tonight. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Sir Stan. And from everybody that helped with Whoville this year, thank you, you sheep exhibitors, for making this the start of the biggest Whoville that we've ever had. So we worked through some tough stuff getting started here. We're going to get going. We're going to roll. We're going to tell you about your judge here in just a bit. But let's all have some fun and have a really good night.
Our first class up tonight is the Tiny Who's of Whoville Showmanship class, 0 to 4. We have Nathaniel Poole, Marley Grindstaff, Olive Grace Hill, Clayton McCroskey, and Malin Hartman.
As we get started here, just one group here in your youngest age Pee Wee showmen, and we're going to make sure the hands are all working here. We're going to give it another test run. Before we talk about them here, will you give these 5 a nice round of applause here? A good hand for their showmanship efforts. You know, I tell my judging students each day, you give me a class of 40 in a market lamb show and it's game on and we're ready to go. You give me 5 Pee-wees and tell me I have to place them, and it's not very fun for a show judge. And if you think it is, I'll give you the microphone and you can give it a test here tonight. These young 5 people are working very hard, and it's cool to see at this age the control that they have. As you guys watched, even if it's not their sheep, maybe it's a sibling or whatnot, as they get out and travel, they're really, really in control. They hold the head well, they move well with their sheep, they're very courteous to their other showmanship contemporaries, and they're doing a very, very nice job. I think at this age, we don't need to sit there and really tell a kid, hey, you need to do 20 different things here for the next show. I think at times, us as fitters, family members, and show people, we get a little bit like a T-ball coach, where we just have to try to tell him he's in the major leagues when he's just in T-ball. So for me, at this age, let him get out here and have fun and get the ring experience, enjoy it, have a good time showing their sheep on a Friday night, and I think that's what this is about here. That little young lady in the back there in the red pants, I'll tell you what, when she gets that thing braced up, look at her right there. She rocks that head back. She's aggressive. She gets a great brace out of that ewe lamb and does a marvelous job there. Same can be said with the young lady there with the bow. You do a really, really nice job, sweetie, in the green. You got a really, really big, long sheep, and you do a good job getting her set up there from the profile. Little young lady there in the middle with the speckle ewe lamb and the red sweater there. Sweetie, you're my favorite showman of these 5 when you get out and walk with your ewe. You keep her head held high. You really get out and travel well with her, and I think you got a very, very bright future. Same can be said there. The young man second in line with his Dorset ewe here. Hey, buddy, I really like just how calm you are. You stand in front, you square up, you put her head right in the center of your chest, so you have really good control over her, and she's never stepped out on you. You set her up, and she stayed there for you, so I think you did a really, really good job. I'll tell you what, nobody here today at this show is going to win the preparation award like the young man with the sweet mohawk, because I showed up an hour early, and he was out here walking his sheep, smiling. I went and got a coffee. I came back. It was 30 minutes to the show, and he was in the makeup ring ready to rumble. And I'll tell you what, that's impressive, buddy. And what I can tell you at this age, you're very good. I really, really like your showmanship capabilities. You're really calm. You're poised. You really stay well with that ewe there in motion. You're really, really relaxed, yet you're still very aggressive. And I think you have a very bright future. I don't know how old you are, buddy, but I think you do a really, really good job there. Young lady got that one wrangled back up, and there's 5 very, very good showmen here. I'll just shake their hands in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 here as we place this particular group. Give them another nice hand here if you guys would. They're working hard.
The champion for that class is Nathaniel Poole, and the reserve is Clayton McCroskey. Congratulations to everyone. Ready for class 2 is the Cindy Lou Who Pee Wee Showmanship class, 5 and 6-year-olds. We have Carter Ray Britton, Katie Lynn Cook, Ella Katie Hill, Isabella Maxwell, Carson Harris, Bexley Mace, Leo Knapp, and Zebulon Ledford.
Hey guys, if you're showing here and you are a champion or a reserve champion, we ask that you find Peyton over by the door. She wants to interview you for the showmanship finals here a little bit later.
well, a little bigger division here in terms of size, and certainly a very good division in terms of quality. I thought we had 7 showmen in here that are really, really controlled. And when they get out in motion, if you've ever seen me, as we get to the show in a little bit, I'm going to walk them as much as I possibly can. I promise you that. So I like showmen that do that as well. And to me, all 7 of them have great control over the front end of the sheep. They're very, very good with eye contact. And I think that's something we maybe take a little far sometimes as showmanship coaches. We love eye contact, but we still got to get the job done and make sure you don't run into the fence or run into somebody in front of you. So I think you guys did a really good job of finding the balance of that. Little guy in the blue checkered shirt there with the South down, man, I think you do a really good job standing still as we talked. And in motion at times, we maybe just held that halter a little too far away, and she'd drop her head and run downhill. When you got her put together like that, very good showman. Young guy in the sweater there, great brace, great eye contact, a really intense showman. Maybe could have got her just a little straighter in line in terms of her top line and stretch her out just a little bit. I thought the young lady here in the middle with kind of the loud-colored sweater there, I really like what you do on the front end. You put that head right in the middle of your chest. You get her running uphill. You get a very nice brace. As we discussed as well, sweetie, when you get that head turning to the side at times, she'll start leaning on you and kicking up there in her top line. Young lady, you're going to win the showmanship award for the hardest animal to show today, and we haven't even seen him. I promise you that. That is a big, massive, long-bodied sheep that you do a great job squaring up with on the front end, working the top line very well. Wish we could have got these feet set just a little square and bring that neck back just a little bit to make her hook up better behind her top line, but I thought you did a great job there. These 3, I think, are very, very competitive, and they suit me very well. Obviously, there's some differences in terms of showmanship style, maybe a cable halter, a regular halter, and then none. So I'm not one of those that's real big on either way. I've let go of a sheep in a ring before too, and if you haven't, you probably haven't shown enough of them. So they're not the smartest critters. I'm not going to hold it against a showman at this age just because they use a halter here. I think the young lady up front there in the green with the gold bow there, I look at her right now, that's an intense showman. I mean, she's got the eye of the tiger. She looks like she'll punch me in the face if she doesn't win, and I'm all right with that because I'm just as intense as she is. She's got a big husky, stout, muscular weather, and she shows them off that way. Great brace, great intensity, really gets a great handle and a good touch out of that sheep. Sweetie, at times, you'll maybe get him bracing so hard like he is right now, he'll roll up there in this top line just a little bit. I think you could stretch him out just a little bit and maybe lighten up on the brace just a touch as well. But I think you're a really, really good showman. I challenge you next time you come back, I don't think you need the halter. I think you are very, very good, and you can give it a try. If you let him go, that's on me, but I think you're very, very good. Young lady in the middle there, you're probably the smoothest and just the calmest of the 3. You really just don't make any big mistakes. You square up that you put her head right there in the front side of your chest, and you really are just calm and poised. Of these 3, sweetie, I wish you maybe got a little more brace, a little more handle quality, and we can maybe just get those back feet set a little bit squarer there, but I thought you did a really consistent job. Young lady, I commend you for coming out here with no halter and your blue weather in the back. You got a different blue weather than the young lady up front. You got a real pretty sheep, a really attractive sheep, and you show that off well. You work his top line just like that. You really keep the neck back and everything put together, and then do a very good job in motion. At times, I wish you could maybe just stretch that sheep out just a little bit, and at times, I wish we were maybe just a little bit quicker as we got set up here from the profile, but a very, very good showman nonetheless. So, guys, I'm going to take a little bit longer as we work through showmanship. We're going to talk about the kids. We're going to work with the kids. I'm not known for being slow when it comes to judging livestock, so we'll take our time here as we work through these divisions. 7 very good showmen. We'll just shake their hands 1, 2, and 3. We got them placed down the line. Give them a good round of applause here, just like we've done, please.
Congratulations to our champion, Carson Harris, and our reserve, Ella Kate Hill. Class 3 is up next. Our Class 3 is the Max Dog Showmanship class for the 7 and 8-year-olds. We have Liam Whitney, Carter Jennings, Junie Beam, Charlie Slate, Zaylin Church, Madison Nolette, Emmeline Grindstaff, and Finley Ure.
as we keep working through this age group, I had to kind of do a double check here on this group and figure out where we were even at age-wise because they came in, and I thought as a whole group, once again, the control of the sheep, the eye contact, and the ring awareness was really, really good. So the fact that we're only in the 7 and 8 year old type of showmanship bracket, it's one of those deals. We've had 3 champions already, and we're going to have one here in this group that you older kids, you might lose your lunch money here in just a little bit if we do an overall drive, because I think these young kids are really, really good. And I'm not just churching it up for you. I'll save that for Sunday. But I think these 3 right here are really, really good and national caliber showmen that do things greatly. Like we'll do, I went through and talked to these 5 here, and unfortunately, it's really not as much what they're doing wrong. It's those little things that kind of add up. Maybe stretching that sheep out a little bit. That lands up here in 4. Maybe the same could be said about 5. That way we can work the top line. Got these 2 sheep, these 3 sheep really just a little overstretched on the opposite ends of things. So I'll try to talk to them and give them at least a thing or two to work on here as we go forward. Guys, I think these 3 are really, really intense and very, very good. The young lady up front there in the white vest, just like your last champion there in the last division, and look at the intensity. She is just so driven and so fierce in the way she gets things done. That's a big husky ewe lamb as well, and she does a good job wrangling her around. As intense of a brace, as good of a handle, as good of an eye contact as you could ask. Young lady, at times, if you're not going to be the champion here in this group, it's because we maybe get just a little too forceful on her head for me at times, and maybe just want to bear hug her right there to do her pop, and maybe just gets her a little wound up at times. If we are maybe just a little smoother, I think it's off to the races, because right there, when you get her locked and loaded, intensity, feet, legs, brace, really, really good there. Young lady in the middle, you're kind of like her as well, a little more intense in the way you work around that ewe lamb, get a very good touch and a very good brace and handle out of her. Of the 3, sweetie, we maybe could get those back feet just set a little square, and I know she's a big, long-bodied ewe as we talk, so you got to bump her back there, and at times we'll maybe miss a back leg in relation to the other 2, but I don't want to harp on her too much, because I think that is a very, very competitive showman with a bright future. Maybe not just as far as a little tiny ewe lamb that's easy for her to maneuver and set the legs, probably not the best, but as far as her intensity, her handle, and what she does on the front end, I think is really, really good. If she's going to get beat here, it's just going to be how we hold those back legs and get her set up here from the profile. Young guy in the back with the down ewe, he is a different speed of any showman we've had in the ring so far today. Again, I like him intense, but you got to be poised and calm in the same breath. He showed us so many different views between up high, getting her braced up, working her top line, showing her down at the stage as well. Very, very impressive to me. And what I like about he's maybe even a little too much for me. You're a feet and leg freak, and I like that about you. You're always checking those feet and legs. You're always making sure they're square. Buddy, at times, you got it ready to rumble, get after it. You maybe spend a little too much time making sure those legs are 100% perfect for me at times, when I think what you do is absolutely incredible. In motion, he is so smooth and so poised. He's very, very calm in the way he shows that ewe lamb off. He shows us so many different views there. So, guys, I think these 3 are awfully, awfully good, and they're very, very close. All 3 of them are great. I think one of them just kind of puts it all together. I like the young man in the back there with the South Down ewe to be your champion. Young lady up front will be reserved. Young lady in the middle will be 3rd. Congrats to them.
Our champion for this class is Carter Jennings. Our reserve is Madison Nolette. Congratulations to all our entries. Our 4th class is the Martha May Whoville Showman, 9 and 10-year-olds. We have Abilene Armstrong, Kennedy Winslow, Cash Langford, Sydney Ure, Maggie Heiser, Cade Ruff, Heston Meadows, River Armstrong, Maddie Young, Maisie Lee Sally, Lexi Hartzell, and Zoe Bright.
Well, just like your last group, another big class, a very, very good group of showmen here. And before we talk about them, I truly believe this last two groups have been very, very competitive nationwide. Please pay them off with a nice big round of applause here, whether they were first or down the line. They worked very, very hard here in this group. Fortunately for a couple of you guys, man, you fall in one age group lower or higher here, and you're probably the champion. But I think this is a really, really deep group. The young lady here in the black sweater, as far as the way she holds the front end and works the front end there from the side, I think is really, really good. We need to get those back legs set just a little bit square as we discussed. Same can be said here. Young lady's got a big, powerful blue one here, and I really like the brace and the touch and the shape you get out of her. We needed to get that neck back just a little bit for me and get those back feet set just a little square, because when those back feet get a little off, she'll look a little round in terms of her dock and her hip for me, so I needed her set just a little bit square there. As we work here on the top line, I think these four are really, really good. They're very, very competitive. Young guy in the back there, buddy, when we're locked and loaded, you're one of my favorites, because, man, the way you roll your shoulders back but keep the brace in and hold her neck and clamp her jaw is high, high caliber, and I really, really love the way you position yourself on the front end. Buddy, in motion at times, we maybe just hit a little much on her side for me, and I wish we could get her a gear faster and just a little bit quicker there in motion. If we do, it's lights out, because right there from the side, that is a really, really high-end showman that I think does a great job. Buddy, I really like you. When you get out and go, you travel well. With this blue ewe-lamb, you get her stretched out and running uphill here from the profile. My call on you, bud, is at times we get her a little overstretched here from the profile to me, and it'll throw off her underline and her hip design just a little bit. If we close her up and drop her nose down just a little bit, I think he's really, really close. Same we said, buddy, here second in line in the vest. Man, you are one of my favorites. When you get out and travel with this ewe, you guys are poised. You're very, very comfortable. You square up great there on the front end and really, really do a good job working her top and keeping her good in terms of just her balance there from the profile. Buddy, at times, and you just did a really good job fixing it, we get that nose a little high for me. And I liked when you just bumped her nose down there and kept it just a little bit more level, because I think that kind of brings everything together there from the profile. I think a very, very good showman. Young lady here with the down appearing weather or speckle weather, whatever you want to call them, I think that is an absolute hustler. I mean, she is immaculate to me. Whether she's standing still or in motion, she does everything right. She works the feet and legs the best of these four, no questions to me. She reaches back, she sets them, she checks her front. Right there is what a good showman should look like on the front end to me. I thought she was exceptional here in this particular drive. So I think it's really, really close between 2, 3, and 4. Very, very good showman down the line here. It's a non-negotiable champion for myself. Well, everybody just put your hands together. Congratulate this young lady up front here. She's going to be your champion. I thought she was exceptional. To me, she put those three together and was just very, very smooth and complete and very, very intense. And as you watch her wave, to me, that's how a showman should move there. I think it's close, as I said, from 2, 3, and 4. I wish I could put you three together just a little bit. I like the young guy up front there to be second. I like the young man there in the back to be third. Young man in the blue will be fourth. Congrats to them.
Congratulations to all 12 of our entries. Your champion for that class is Kennedy Winslow. Your reserve is Heston Meadows. Again, congratulations to everyone. Moving right along with the Lulu Who showmanship class, the 11 and 12-year-olds. We have Whitley Kopp, Alyssa Kopp, Kylie Ruff, Lauren Wright, Sawyer Wilkins, Molly Sally, Gracie Schultz, Zachariah Gaither, Kaylee Casper, and Callan Cook.
like the last group, another bigger class. I took just a little bit longer, but I'll never apologize for that. As I said, we can speed it up and grab a gear if we need to in the show, but I know the effort that these young people put into their showmanship talents, and I know at the same time, some of us, our goal is showmanship, not the actual show. So we'll take a little bit longer if we need to and make sure we're good. I think these three young ladies and a few behind me are really, really competitive showmen. I told this young man with this blue ewe lamb, I mean, she is green as a gourd and very skinny, and probably one of her first times, or maybe, but he does an awesome job. There from the profile, maybe at times, maybe gets her just a little overstretched for me, but a very, very good showman nonetheless. As we were saying about the young man there at the blue, when he's parked there from the profile, I think that young man is really, really good. She didn't want to get out and boogie like the rest of them there, and then maybe at times just got her a little overstretched from the profile. Same can be said about the young lady in the tan sweater there. Just got that weather a little overstretched where we'd lose this top line just a little bit. Like the last group, I think these three are really, really good, and I've had them tossed and turned around every different way you possibly could. I like one of them the best when they're standing still. I like another one the best when they're in motion. I think there's another one that's just rock solid and very consistent. So it's a little challenging to figure out where we want to be. The young lady up front with the blue, you were my first impression, showman. When you came in, I thought you just let us out in a great way. Very intense, but yet poised in the way you position yourself there on the front end. I love you in motion. I think you do a very nice job here standing still. If you get beat, sweetie, at times, I wish we'd stretch her out just a little bit. I think at times we maybe keep her just a little closed up, and to make her underline and her hind leg look just a little goofy, if we stretched her out just a little bit, I think she'd run uphill into you just a little bit nicer. That was my one ding there on you. Sweetie, you got a good partner here with your South Down ewe. And again, I'm a big fan, soft-hearted for South Downs, and you do a marvelous job. You guys are a great pair from the profile. You're really smooth and natural when you get out there in motion. At times, I wish we could get just a little bit more brace and just a little bit more handle out of her. My big thing, sweetie, of the three, we maybe get her set just a little narrow. In terms of her front two legs, she'll get just a little off and a little narrow, and I wish we could set her just a little bit wider as I get right in behind her there. Young lady in the back, you just kept growing on me the whole way through the drive, because when you first came in, your ewe lamb was wanting to walk just a little slow and just was not wanting to get out and be proud and arrogant for you there or standing still, but there's the best look you've given us. This last time around, you got her stretched out, you got a great handle, you work her top line, her neck, and her front end so well. At times, like we said, I wish we were maybe just a little quicker in motion, and at times we maybe get that offside back leg just a little overstretched, and she's maybe just a pinch short-hipped. So when you get her really overstretched there, to throw that off just a little bit. So I think these three, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to thumb wrestle you. If you're proud of another showman, that's a great thing. I'm hopeful for it. All three of them are very, very good. The one that hit me the hardest, the longer we were out here, though, was the young lady in the back. She's going to be your champion. Young lady up front with the blue will be reserved. Young lady with the down will be third. Congrats to them.
Congratulations to all 10 entries. Our champion is Molly Sally. Our reserve is Kaylee Casper. Congratulations again. Up next, Class 6 is the Crazy Moses Showmanship. 13 and 14-year-olds. We have Haley Brinson, Charlotte Payne, Addison Maxwell, Kylie Blevins, Hunter Herden, Maggie Snap, Mackenzie Odom, and Mary Elks.
as we leapfrog an age division here. I believe we have 2 heats in this particular group. So we're going to pull these 3 young ladies back here to join us here for your final drive. Very smooth, very consistent, and I just like the way they position themselves on the front end. I talked to these 5 here, and really in this group, it was front leg placement and maybe just getting those front feet a little too far out or a little staggered there. Young lady up front, it was the back legs for you as we discussed, just a little bit too far out, and we lose those loin front legs here for the next 3, and we got this ewe lamb just a little too overstretched for me here. But a very, very nice group. 8 very good showmen. We'll work through your second heat. Pay them off with a nice hand here if you guys would, please.
Our next heat of 13 and 14 is the Crazy Moses Showmanship class with 8 entries. We have Callie Carty, Zay Jennings, Ava James Kemp, Sedona Sifford, Brantley Meadows, Rachel Bird, Macy Sperlin, and Peyton Roberts.
We're going to have a very good drive here of 6 showmen. We're going to bring these 3 back. I thought they were just a little bit more consistent in the way they kept the top line and underline of those sheep put together. I talked with these 5. We do a really good job. All 5 of them, if you look across here, sheep are really running uphill in terms of their brace and their drive. And I told them all maybe just a little too much for me, where we pull on that neck and we get those front feet just a little bit too far splayed out for myself, and we'll lose the top line just a little bit. That was my big ding on those 5. So we got 6 of them brought back here for our final drive, but it's been a very, very good division, 2 very nice heats. And just like we've done, give a good round of applause here if you guys would, please.
Coming back for the 13 and 14-year-old, Charlotte Payne, Kylie Blevins, Maggie Snap, Zay Jennings, Ava James Kemp, and Brantley Meadows.
Well, I've said it every time, but this really was a very good division. We had two good heats, and truthfully, we left some very good showmen out of this final drive that I'm sure have won some buckles before or have been very, very competitive here in showmanship. I talked to these three along the rail. This young guy, he was right there in it for me. When they came back out, he was a very, very good first impression showman. The longer we've been out here, we let him run downhill and get just a little easy in his top line. Young lady here, she was wanting to fight the feet and legs with this young lady just a little bit, but man, she's a marvelous hand on the front end, really intense, gets the neck back, good hide, good brace out of her. Wish we could have got those feet just a little bit square. I told the young lady I pulled her because I wanted her back for the final drive because she deserves it. She's awesome on the front end. With this sheep in particular, we just overstretch him a little too much, and we'll lose his loin. He'll look a little round in his hip, and I wish we could just close him up just a little bit there. Young lady up front with the glasses, and when you came in your heat, I didn't think you were going to be touched because I thought you were really, really good, and you still hold your own out here in the finals. You really get her stretched out, running uphill, next where it needs to be, good touch, good shape out of that ewe-lamb. If you get beat here in this particular drive, at times we get her just a little overstretched here. The longer we've been out here, well, she'll get a little posty in her hind leg, a little easy in her loin, and a little high in her hip. I think at times you can maybe just get out and shake her out and maybe just let her reset herself versus bracing her the whole time, because right there when you do that and you set her feet right, her top line comes together really, really good, and I think you're a good hand. Young lady here in the middle of the lineup, really, really smooth. She keeps the top line great, gets a good brace out of that sheep. Feet and legs are where they need to be. Of the three, young lady, at times we maybe take that shoulder a little too far away from me for showmanship, and I wish we were maybe a little straighter and maybe turn that nose just a little bit as well. I think we could straighten all that out just a little bit if we do so, once again, right there in the thick of things. Young man in the back with the glasses here, at times, buddy, like right now, nose is a little high for me. When you keep that in check, though, it's game on because top line, underline, feet, legs, movement, all that is really, really good. That's an intense showman that's still very smooth and very poised and calm in the way he positions himself. And you do a marvelous job, bud, the way you clamp her jaw just like that. I really, really love. I just wish you'd knock that nose down just a little bit there to be my perfect showman. But I think these three, really these six are really, really good and very, very close. I went back to my first impression and who hit me the hardest yet the most consistent from time to time. I like the young man in the back. He's going to be your champion. I like the young lady up front. She's going to be reserve, and the young lady in the middle will be third.
Congratulations to all 16 entries from those two classes. Of that second group, we had Zay Jennings being your champion and Charlotte Payne being your reserve. Up next, we have the Grinch's showmanship of the 15 and 16-year-old class with 11 entries. Cannon Wilholt, Aubrey Barnhart, Kristen Richter, Caleb Davis, Darcy Boucher, Lydia Wilson, Lindy Fox, Colton Sally, Mackenzie Church, Mackenzie Udy, and Kendall Askew.
I believe our biggest heat we've had so far. We've got 2 of them here in this group as we start to round out showmanship. I think these 4 suit me good. They're very different in the way they do things, but I wanted them brought back just off of feet and leg placement is kind of where they made their advantages over the rest of them here. Like we've done, I've talked to them there. I thought the young lady that was second in line there, real good showman. Her partner did not want to be a show sheep here, and at times maybe got him just a little overstretched there from the profile, but a very good group here. Give them a nice hand if you guys would, please. We've got 4 of them brought back again to join us for your final drive as we keep putting a bow here on showmanship. We're going to have a very, very good final division here in this group. I thought this was one of the toughest divisions we've had so far to put together. Give them a nice round of applause here, just like we've done each and every heat, each and every division they're deserving. We'll work through your final drive here. another really good group here as we put a bow on this particular division. And to make it to the finals, you had to be really, really competitive. And to make it to the top three, just kind of had to fall together as you came through your heat and your final drive. I told a couple of us here, maybe some of us looked a little bit better in the final drive versus the heat and vice versa. Got a few sheep just a little overstretched for me where we'd lose their loin edge and their top line just a little bit. These three hit me hard in their heat. They still do as they come back out. Young lady in the back's my favorite in motion. At times we could have a little more brace and we maybe could just pull that hind leg in just a little bit because he hyperextends it on you just a little. Young lady, I love your intensity, your eye contact. At times we get your show side back leg just a little far out for me. Young man up front, I think, is just a good hand. And what he does there on the front end of this sheep, he's a little weird out of his hip, so he's hard for you to just kind of find that line of how far to stretch him and where to keep his top line put together. But I thought you did a great job shaking him out, working the front end, working around as you worked the knees, really got the front feet put together, the neck back, nose down. I thought you did a really, really good job there. So, again, you can pick a different showman if you'd like. I think they were all really, really close and very, very fun to put together. I'm going to leave them how they are in order. I like the young man to be your champion. Young lady will be reserve and third down the line. Congrats to them.
Congratulations to our champion, Caleb Davis, and our reserve, Kendall Askew. Our Class 10 is right up on schedule with the Miss Who showmanship class, the 17 and 18-year-olds, Jordan Wagaman, Claire Santillion, Joshua Black, Ellie Shuping, Elizabeth Sanner, Lane Markham, Addison Sprinkle, Chesney Holiday, and Caitlin Hatcher.
just one group here in your older age division. I believe we got one more class here after this, but a very, very nice group. It works out together the way I kind of hoped for. I think there's some discussion there between a pair of them. I think the young man up front's really, really intense and does a good job at times. We'll get her just a little overstretched. Young lady, at times I wish you would stretch this ULAM out just a little bit to level out her top line, but I love what you do on the front end. Young lady in the back and the floral, just a good hand, a hammer of a showman where everything fits together and looks the part. At times we'll get this show side back leg maybe just a little too far back for me, but when you shake her out and put her together, I think very, very good. So another very nice group. We'll get through your last group and get you an overall. I like the young lady in the back here. She's going to be your champion. Young man in the purple will be reserve, and the young lady in the middle will be third.
Congratulations to all 9 entries in our 17 and 18-year-old group. Your champion is Elizabeth Sanner, and reserve is Joshua Black. Congratulations. Our 19 and 21 division is up next with 2 entries. In our 19 and 21-year-old division, we have Hope Latta and Kylie Adams.
Okay, guys, we're going to do the first timers next. Give us just a couple of minutes to get set up for the Supreme. We'll do the Supreme, then we're going to take like a 5 or 10 minute break. Let everybody go take pictures at the backdrop for a showmanship and get that out of the way, and then we'll come back and start the market.
I said at the first group, Pee-wee small classes are not my favorite to judge. I don't like having to do pairs because I know one of these young ladies is going to be mad at me here in a second. Both you guys do a really good job out in motion. You both do a great job getting these sheep running uphill. I thought we both can maybe just pop them in, just maybe a pop or two in terms of their front feet, just to bring their top lines together a little bit nicer for us. One of them to me is just a little bit smoother in the way they transition up front, the way they hold the head, the neck, and the ears for me. I like the young lady in the back, and the Christmas sweater, she's going to be champion. Young lady in the vest will be reserve. If you would, please give them a nice hand.
Congratulations, ladies. Our champion is Hope Latta, and our reserve is Kylie Adams. And we're going to move right into the first-timer showmanship. 6 entries. First timers is anyone that's not shown from 0 to 21. Never shown a sheep. We have Mackenzie Church, Mackenzie Udy, Emma Heron, Haley Brinson, Zaylen Church, and Virginia Betts.
Okay, guys, we need all champions and reserves to the stage, please. If you were first and second in your age division, if you want a buckle and a banner, you need to come to the stage.
As we wrap up here, before we pick you a Supreme, they said first timers, so I thought it was first time ever. Turns out first year, and I was going to say, because I thought these 5 did a very nice job as they came out there in their particular division. All 5 of them are very good. It's very close for me on who should win this particular division. I like the young lady, though, in the back. I think she does a really good job getting that sheep running uphill. I like her to be first, the young lady up front there to be second, and third here in the middle. Please give all 5 of them a nice hand here as we wrap up.
Congratulations to all 6 entries. Our champion showman is Emma Heron, and our reserve is Mackenzie Church.
Hey guys, we're missing a couple exhibitors. Kendall Askew, are you coming? Who else? Josh Black, Kylie Adams. We won't wait long.
Tested.
Turn it up loud. It should be down there on the bottom. Does it not say? Yeah, turn it up loud. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 version of the Whoville Greatest Showman. Out of your first class, Nathaniel Poole. He's from North Carolina. His favorite thing about Christmas is when Santa comes. The reserve champion in the same class, Clayton McCroskey. He's from Virginia, 5 years old, and he loves bringing presents and the Grinch. In your next class, first place, Carson Harris. She's 7 years old, from North Carolina. She loves spending time with her family for Christmas. Next, second, and your reserve champion, Ella Kate Hill. She's from North Carolina, 7 years old, and she loves spending time with her family during Christmas. Your 7 and 8 year old, first place, Carter Jennings from North Carolina. Carter's 9 years old. He loves spending time with his family for Christmas. Your reserve champion is Madison Nolette. She's 8 years old from Virginia, and she loves spending time with family. Your 9 and 10 year old champion from North Carolina, Kennedy Winslow. She's 11 years old, and she loves faith and Jesus. Second, your reserve champion, he too from North Carolina, 10-year-old Heston Meadows. He loves Jesus and family. Your 11 to 12-year-old, first place, Miley Sally. She's 13 years old from Tennessee. Favorite memories of Christmas is spending time with her family. Reserve champion, Kaylee Casper. She's 12 years old from North Carolina. She loves her family at Christmas. In your 13 to 14-year-old division, first place, Zay Jennings. He's 14 years old. Favorite thing about Christmas is family and friends. Your reserve champion out of the 13 and 14-year-old, Miss Charlotte Payne. She's from North Carolina, 15 years old. She loves spending time with her family. Your 15, 16-year-olds, first place, North Carolina's Caleb Davis. He's 17 years old. He enjoys giving back for Christmas. Your reserve champion from North Carolina, Miss Kendall Askey. She loves the birthday of Jesus for Christmas. In your 17 and 18-year-old division, first place, North Carolina, Elizabeth Sanner, 16-year-old. She loves the birth of Jesus. Your reserve champion from Georgia, Josh Black. He loves his family at Christmas. In your 19, 21-year-old age division, first place, Miss Hope Latta. She's 21. She loves her birthday. Your reserve champion from South Carolina, Miss Kylie Adams. She's 20, and she loves spending time with her family. And for the first time ever, we're going to our first timers, Miss Emma Herron. She is from Georgia, and she loves spending time with her family at Christmas. Let's give all these guys a hand. We're going to go pick a champion showman right here in just a second. Guys, our champion in reserve out of this division will judge the parent show at the conclusion of the show tonight. So it's a big honor.
As we get everything wrapped up here in your showmanship division, again, I love working through showmen. I love doing this, but at the same time, I've been itching to get at the show here in just a few, because as a showmanship judge, you hear it every time, but it is challenging. It's very, very tough just to figure out where you want to be, and it's so opinionated, and you can come in a heat and be a killer, and then your sheep gives up on you in the final. So there's a lot of things that go into showmanship that make it very challenging as a show judge. So hopefully as we went through here, you guys could at least follow, and I gave you something, whether you won or not, that you could work on going forward. Because I do think if you made it out here in the final drive, you are really, really good. For your age group and where you're at, you are certainly super talented. I like doing this because we started out with a group of peewees and we ended up with kids that are almost drinking age. So it makes it very, very fun to figure out what you want to do as you work through showmanship. Hey, I'm one of those. When it comes to the show, I don't care what they weigh. I didn't have a scale at home. Comes to showmanship, I don't care how old you are. I like showmen that hit me really, really hard. There was one showman that stuck their nose in the gate and led the pack in their particular division. And I'm telling you what, again, I'm very fortunate to get to travel 40 or so weeks a year and get to work with young people. And your champion showman here tonight holds the neck, the head, and the front end exactly how I teach each and every kid that I've ever taught. They are absolutely exceptional. Maybe don't get that sheep running uphill and as hard of a brace as some other showmen here in the lineup. But when you watch this showman go to work and the way they work around the front end of their sheep, but more importantly, when they get it set and work it the way they hold the neck, the front end, and everything stays together, I think is really, really hard to do. There's 3 or 4 of them that I think are really, really close for reserve for me. One of them I think follows really, really close here with your champion. If you guys would, please, it's been very, very good. It's been tough. There's been a lot of really, really good kids. Give them a good round of applause here, and we'll get you a champion in reserve.
Okay, guys, we're going to take about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes to take some backdrop pictures. So please, if you want pictures at the backdrop with the judge or just your kids, please get over there and get this done real quick, and then we're going to get back and get going with the market show.
Congratulations to Kennedy Winslow as our overall champion and Zay Jennings as our reserve. We have a quick announcement that we're doing the U show first before the market show. The U show will be before the market show.
Okay, starting back in 5 minutes. 5-minute call.
starting on our U division with the lightweight group. The breeding U's, we have Ellery Gunter and Ellie Shuping.
Welcome as we get started here in your Breeding U show. As I said, I had a lot of fun working through your showmen. Yet at the same time, I like getting through the show because, again, you take kind of the opinionated stuff out of it and just pick the stock you like here. I like both these ewes in terms of pattern. They both look like females to me from the profile. They're both ladylike and very, very good in terms of structure. I thought the young lady in purple had one with just a little bit more shape, right in behind her shoulder and out through her pin bone, a little bit better in terms of her hide quality and her touch. When I get on top of her, I do think the young lady's ewe that's in second there's probably a little nicer through her shoulder, just her lower shoulder, her chest floor, and her top line. I like a little bit better in your class winner. I thought she got a little faded off over her loin edge and out to her hip, maybe not just as fresh in terms of her touch and her shape is what your class winner is, but a very, very nice pair to start us out here. My compliments to both you guys. You did a good job.
Congratulations to Ellie Shuping, our champion, and Ellery Gunter, our reserve. Class 2 lightweight breeding U is up next. We have 6 entries for this group, or 5 entries for this group. We have Darcy Butcher, Sawyer Wilkins, Emma Moore, Mary Elks, and Peyton Roberts. Sawyer Wilkins, if you can come to the ring. Quickly, please, if you're here.
Well, a really nice class of 4 of them here, and I do think it kind of splits out into 2 pairs of them. I like your blue ewe to start quite well. To me, she looks like a female in terms of her front end, but then her rib shape is where she beats the ewe lamb in second. She's just a little bolder in the middle of her rib cage, back into her flank. Mainly, young ladies, as I get right behind that pair, she's just a little bit bolder in terms of her pin set, her stifle, and all the way down to the surface there. Now, young lady, I really like your Hampy ewe from the profile. Really, really streamlined in terms of her top line, very athletic and nice up there through her front end. I thought when you got right in behind them, she'd funnel just a little bit to her dock. She'd flatten in terms of her stifle and red, just a little bit plain in terms of her body shape there, but I really, really like that pair of females. This ewe here in third's got a good look to her from the profile. She's real nice through her chest and her shoulder and her front end design. I like really, really well. To me, she needs a little more foot, a little more bone, but really when I get right in behind her, just the shape of her forerib, right on the backside of her shoulder, I wish she was a little bolder and just a little rounder there in terms of her body shape. We have that here in the White Influence ewe. She's probably the most powerful of the whole entire group. I really like her muscle, her back, her power. When I get right in behind her, she's just a little jammed up for me in terms of her female look, a little coarser through her shoulder, a little rounder in terms of her structure. I like her muscle very, very well. A good class of 4, a lot of discussion there. Pay them off with a good hand here as we keep rolling in your ewe show.
Congratulations to our Class 2. Mary Elks will be our champion, with Peyton Roberts our reserve. Class 3 coming on in. We have Alyssa Kopp, Lexi Hartzell, Carson Harris, Zaylin Church, Macy Sperlin, and Haley Brinson.
Well, as we move into a class of 5 of them here, this is the class that kind of sets the tone for the kind I like as we keep moving forward. There's a lot of power and muscle found in 2 and 3. I like pretty stock. I like athletic stock that travel well, and this looks like a female to me up front. She is beautiful in her underline, great down her top line. I thought structurally really, really good when that ewe gets out and goes in motion. And I still thought her hide quality, her freshness, and her touch was very, very good. Now, young lady, in relation to 2 and 3, as I step right in behind them, she probably isn't the biggest hip, the biggest butted one, and she probably could have a little more bone and just foot size underneath of her. But I thought as far as female character, athleticism, skeleton, and just looking like the stock I like from the profile, she was the closest to the mark there. There's a ton of power found in the blue ewe that lines in second. I love her muscle. When I get right in behind her, a big pin, big stifled, really, really muscular female, can make some very, very nice buck prospect as you think about breeding her down the road there. Young lady, for me, she's a little straight through her shoulder and her front end. She's a little quick in terms of her maturity curve. I read her just a bit coarse in terms of her kind. I like her muscle very, very well. Same can be said about the ewe here in third. Upside of her is really, really good. Right out of the backside of her shoulder, she is the best in class in terms of her forerib, her skin, her touch. Right in behind her blade, really big and square as I work to her hip and her pin setting. Young lady, I step over here from the profile and I study her in motion. She's just too straight in terms of her hind leg for me. She hooks her neck in a little low to the front side of her shoulder, just a little straight and just a little jammed up for me. I like her muscle, like the ewe in second as well. Different speed here in 4. This is a prettier version. Maybe matches up with your class winner. Really sleek through her neck and her shoulder, and I like her structure. Just a little plain as I get right in behind her, young lady. I'd like to give her a little more power through her hip, a little wider base, and just a little bit more muscle to her, but I like the look she brings. I thought she was a little nicer front end, a little fresher than the ewe that lines us out here. I thought about switching these two because I like the body and the functionality here of this Katahdin ewe here. Very functional, good in her body, really good down her top line. Just a little plain in terms of her shape, her shoulder, and her front end. I'd like to lengthen out her neck and her front end just a little bit. But a very nice class of 5. I like the look, the style, and the balance of your class winner. Give him a good round of applause here if you guys would, please.
Congratulations to everyone in our third class, with Macy Sperlin being our champion and Carson Harris as our reserve. Moving on to our middleweight division, with 13 entries for our Class 4, Claire Santillion, Liam Whitney, Mackenzie Udy, Carter Jennings, Carter Ray Britton, River Armstrong, Gracie Schultz, Mackenzie Church, Ellie Sheeping, Chesney Holiday, Cash Langford, Hope Latta, Emma Moore.
well, a very big class, but a good class here. And I think we have every single shape, size, color, denomination of a show sheep that you can make here, and a very, very good group. I don't care if these two are black, white, speckled, Grinch colored. It doesn't matter to me. I think they're good stock, and I like the kind they represent. If a guy had 100 brood ewes, South Down brood ewes that looked like this one that wins, he can make a lot of money, and he'd be in business because that thing right there, she looks like just a true generating female to me. She is great rib, good-bodied, super smooth, and functional in the way she's made. I'll never sit here on a pedestal, buddy, and tell you she's the shallowest chested, the shortest shoulder, just the longest neck, giraffe-looking one out here. I think that's a ewe in second. But to me, that is balanced, stout, sound, square livestock. I like her very, very well, and she's a very, very good piece of stock for him. As much as I like her, this is a beautiful-looking South Down ewe here from the profile, and I like her length of neck. I like her shoulder, her shallowness, and her elevation a little bit nicer than your class winner. Very long-bodied, very comfortable and loose when I study her in motion. Young lady, in relation to our winner, I get right here, and she's not just as bold, and her rib or as wide as I study her all the way from her shoulder to her hip. She's just a little plain when I get on top of her as well. But you are a marvelous hand, and right there, she looks like a female. She has a South Down look that I really, really like. I like the shape here, and that's why I kept working you up over 4 and 5. I thought this ewe ran uphill really nice into you. Very good heighted, very good when I get my hands on her there in terms of touch and shape. She funnels a little bit to her hip and her stifle for me, and then in motion, we'll get just a little tight in her spine, a little round in her hip. I read her just a little piecey there when I studied the stock in motion. I like this ewe standing still very, very well. This is a white ewe with a big, big back laid into her, really square and genuine and true when you work to her hip and her pin bone. She's a little deep through her chest and her front end for me in motion, a little heavier condition right in there behind her shoulder for me, but I like her muscle very, very well. This is a good breeding piece in terms of feet and legs. She's big and stout at the ground. She runs uphill. She's really, really good in her underline. And ladies, I told you in motion, she'll kind of roll up in her spine because she's a little too short-hipped. Her length of hip and her stifle shape just throws off her balance a little bit for me there, but a very, very good ewe to round out your top 5. I'll try to talk to each and every kid here and try to keep a good pace as we work through to give them something here, because I know I don't like going to a livestock show and getting third to last and not knowing why. So we're going to take a little time. I'll talk to each and every one of them here. That was a good class and a great pair. Give them a good hand if you guys would.
Congratulations to our 4th class winner, Carter Jennings. And our 2nd place is Gracie Schultz. Moving on to class 5 with our middleweight is next. Class 5 coming in now with Callan Cook, Macy Sperlin, Nathaniel Poole, Kaylee Casper, Kylie Ruff, Abilene Armstrong, Maggie Snap, Junie Beam, Aubrey Barnhart, Zachariah Gaither, Ellie Kate Hill.
I really like this class. Once again, I think there's a lot of differences. And to me, as we sort out the top pair between 3 and 4, to me it's on structure and just athleticism when the stalker in motion. I know your class winner. There's going to be critics around ringside that say she doesn't have enough muscle and doesn't have enough power. I get that. I don't think she is the thickest or the chunkiest here in this group. To me, though, if I'm going to take one home and try to make the next generation, she looks the most like a female to me, and I like her structure the best in motion. She is really proud and good through her shoulder. Got a big fat hind leg that knows what to do in motion. Really good in her top line. Really just attractive when you study that U on the go there. She isn't the biggest back. She isn't the biggest ended one. But to me, when you call a spade, I just like her build and her structure the best in the group. I really like this U in second. I thought about switching the pair because between the sheep that I think are very good in terms of feet and legs and structure, she probably does have a little more rib and a little bit more mass and dimension to her, sweetie. She's a little plain through her chest and her shoulder for me, and just a little deep there through her lower body. I get on top of her and just a little plain in terms of her touch and her texture of muscle, but a very, very big, massive one. I thought she was sounder than 3 and 4 as we studied the stock there in motion. I told this young lady both 3 and 4, standing still, I can run this U up just a little bit. She is big in terms of her rib cage. I love her out of the backside of her shoulder. Out of the backside of her shoulder, she's probably the best in the whole group in terms of forearm, body shape, skin, and muscle texture. For me, young lady, out of the brace, she'll drop and round in her front end and her hip, and I thought she'd get a little easy in terms of her top line. I didn't read her just as good in terms of her structure and her balance on the go. I really like her standing still. Same can be said about this ewe coming in next. Again, I think breeding values off the charts on this Hampy featured ewe. Really nice through her front end. Got a good shape working behind her blade. Really good in the posture of her hind leg standing still. I told the young lady the moment she gets out of the brace, just her spine or shortness a step out of her hind leg and her loin edge bugs me just a little bit, but I really like the pattern she possesses there from the side. Probably the thickest one other than the U in third is the one that lands here in 5. I really like her shape down her top. She's big at her loin. She's really opened up when you get in behind her. In motion like the 3 ahead, just a little round in the shape of her hip for me, a little straighter in terms of her hind leg. Young lady, we make her a little leveler right here out of her tail. We can run her up a spot or 2 there. Another good class there. Talk to the showman down the line. We had a good group there. My compliments to him on a good class.
Congratulations to Kaylee Casper as our winner, and our reserve is Ella Kate Hill. Class 6 is up next with 18 entries. We have Addison Maxwell, Lauren Wright, Abilene Armstrong, Caitlin Hatcher, Maddie Young, Madison Wagaman, Sedona Sifford, Kaylee Casper, Emma Heron, Isabella Maxwell, Madison Jancy, sorry if I butchered your name, Zachariah Gaither, Lila Sapp, Charlotte Payne, Emma Moore, Cade Ruff, Mayla Hartman, and Jordan Wagaman.
This is a really, really good class, and as I said, as right when we started the show, I'm going to try to walk them as much as I can. That's a stock I like. If you've shown to me, I don't try to waver from that. And to me, as we got to the top 5, I thought the split in motion became between first, second, and then in the third. I like these two blue U's very, very well. There's more muscle found in the U in second. I'll be the first to tell you that. I like the front end quality and the athleticism of your class winner. She's neater at the base of her shoulder, her breastbone, the way she ties up front. I like her length and levelness of hip and the posture of her hind leg a little nicer as well. She gets out and goes in motion. Athletic, proud, very, very collected. I like the type of stock she represents. If you want to lobby for a little more muscle, go in 2 and 3, and I never thumb wrestle you there. The blue U in second, definitely a little bolder, right in behind her blade, a little bigger as I get right in behind her as well. Buddy, for me, she's a little round in the shape of her hip. She's a little deep and a little plain in terms of her chest and her shoulder. I just kind of get her to balance up there in motion like your class winner did. Standing still, I like this U quite a good deal. She has some freak muscle and some freak pieces to her. Big legs, really, really massive in terms of her muscle and handle. For me, young lady, I really like her skin and her touch very, very well. She's just a little too tight in terms of her spine, her hip, and her hind leg for me in motion, and gets just a little stabby and a little jabby there in motion, but I really, really like the body shape and the muscle there. A really sleek, attractive female comes in next. I really like her structure through her front end. She's angular in her shoulders. She's nice through her neck and just her head design. A little flatter right in behind her shoulder, not just as stout and as powerful as I work right in behind her there. We have that in the blue U. If you want to switch 4 and 5, not going to wrestle you there. Really, really good when I get right behind her in terms of stoutness, width, and squareness of base. Handles really, really good up high. In motion, she'll stutter out of her front end, get just a little choppy. In terms of her structure for me, I like to free her up there in motion, but a very, very good sheep. As we work down the line, a whole bunch of very, very nice ones here. I thought the next 3 in line both just needed to be just a little bit looser in motion. I like the young lady in the red there in terms of muscle shape. Want to freshen this U up in terms of her hide. Same can be said about the 2 white U's coming in next. We need to redesign the front structure of the next 3. They get just a little bit tight in motion. The next 4, I just need a little bit more stoutness and a little bit more muscle to them there. But a very nice class. Once again, a tough pair there on the top end. My compliments to all of them there in that group.
With our largest group so far of tonight, congratulations to everyone. Kaylee Casper is our champion, with Cade Ruff as our reserve. Moving on to the heavyweight division. Total entries for this division. We have Molly Sally, Lindy Fox, Caitlin Hatcher, Junie Bean, Cash Langford, Elizabeth Sanner, Emma Wood, Caitlin Hatcher and Lindy Fox with another entry, Madison Nolette, Claire Santillion, Kennedy Winslow, Heston Meadows, and Kendall Askew.
another one of those classes, very, very big, but the depth is really good. And what we're trying to do here is, since we're not going to waste them back, I'll talk to each of them here as I poll them so they're still getting a thing or two, and you don't have to hear me ramble much about it on the microphone. 2, 3, 4, 5, very, very nice sheep that I think you should be very, very proud of, but I know what I want for Christmas, and it's this ewe up front right here. I think this is one bad, bad mama jamma. I don't care where you're at in the country. Her hip's a little short, and she could hinge just a little looser in her hind leg, but my goodness, those are small trees in a very, very large forest. Her shoulder, her underline, her body shape, her balance, her style, high rent livestock right there. Congrats to you. I love the stoutness, the power, and the burliness of the ewe here in second. If you want to lobby and tell me she's bigger legged, she's really, really muscular, I'm all for it. She's got the boots with the fur, the fuzzy ears, the big back, the big engine when you get in behind her. In relation to what your class winner is or the ewe right in behind her, sweetie, for me, she's a little coarse through her shoulder and her front end. But the big thing is, as we get them out and study them in motion, she's a little choppy in her hind legs. She's a little pwned up right here at her dock line. I'd just like to freshen that ewe up a little bit, but my goodness, that's a wonderful pair. If you just want to talk about completeness, I think this ewe here in third's very, very nice as well. I don't know if she pushes the envelope like the two ahead of her does, but very good down her top line, very loose and flexible in terms of her structure. I like all those things about her. But as I step back and study her from the profile, she's the deepest in terms of her underline and just the most off in terms of her length of body. And then with that, when I get on top of them, I just need to make her fresher and rounder in her rib cage and a little bigger in her pin bone when I get in behind her. But you could take those three across the country, and they're going to be very, very competitive. Of the three, no question, though, the one I think pushes the envelope is your class winner. I like this ewe quite a good deal, standing still. In terms of just stoutness, power to her hip, shape right in behind her shoulders, really, really good. Actually, young lady, in relation to the ewe in front of you, I think she has more power and just a little bit more shape right in behind her blade than Buddy's ewe lamb in front. She's a little plain through her chest and her shoulder as well and runs downhill in motion for me, and I'd just like to free her up there in motion and freshen her up. I like her quite a good deal from a three-quarter view. If we study this ewe lamb here, just from the middle of her spine forward, she really works up. In terms of this class, she is classy and elegant there through her neck and her shoulder, really runs uphill. Great into the young lady from the profile. For me, young lady, she's a little choppy in terms of her stride and motion. I get right here, and I need to lengthen and open her hip, freshen her up. In terms of her loin edge and the way she pets down her top, we do so. That top five is really, really fun. I like all 5 of those sheep. I'd be proud to own them. I thought your class winner was quite a spicy critter there. Good class down the line. Give them a good round of applause here and a good group.
Our class winner was Molly Sally, and our second was Kennedy Winslow. Moving on to Class 8 for our heavyweight division. We have Maisley Sally, Maggie Snap, Lydia Wilson, Samantha Bond, Peyton Roberts, Charlotte Payne, Mackenzie Odom, Whitley Kopp, Elizabeth Sanner, Zayd Jennings.
Well, I really like this class, and not just because I think it's easy, but I think there's a lot of discussion that can be had here between first and second. And if you'd like to flip and flop them again, I've never been one, when I judge shows, to tell you it's my way or the highway. We all see things just a little different. And I'll tell you, these two U's are as different just molds and kinds that you could ever make. And I'd like to take them and put them in a blender and see what we could come up with here, because they both have really, really good parts. The one I think is just the most consistent, whether you're from the side, 3/4, right in behind, and in motion, is the one we lead out with here. I do not think she's just as freaked out and as extreme through her neck and her front end as the U in second. There's no question to me in that regard. But right there, that just looks like a high-end donor U, in my opinion. Her body shape, her fill to her flank, her shape of her hip, her length and shape of her hip and her hind legs, her biggest advantage she has over the blue U here in second. And then it all just encapsulates a maternal image here from the profile. She looks like a female to me in terms of broodiness, cage quality, mass, and then not a thing's out of place. When you get onto her there, she's fresher than the blue U right in behind her. She's bigger at her loin edge and square in the way she feeds from her loin to her hip to her dock in relation to the U in behind. Now again, she's not perfect through her neck and her shoulder. We could shallow her up just a little bit in that regard, but again, I don't want to just hate on her too much. I think that U's really, really good. To me, there's more freak pieces probably in the blue U coming in second. I like to gravitate towards extreme pieces. If you've seen me judge, if we just study the front 2/3, she can be our class winner, and I won't argue with you there. Slinky, good necked, really round in her body shape, and big right in behind her blade. As I get to a 3/4 view and just study her shape of her loin edge out to her dock and her hips, just a little puffy and pudgy for me. And then my big thing, young lady, we take a gait. We put the stock in motion. She's got a hitch in her giddy up. In terms of her hip and her hind leg, I just couldn't live with the way her rear bone and her rear leg moved in motion. If she's sounder, she's a class winner. She's not, so I put her second. A very, very good pair. I love the shape and just the hip, stifle, and bone work of the U that comes here in third. She is really true to her pins, really good to her stifle, and all the way down to the ground. Young lady, for me, she's a little deep in terms of her underline in relation to those two, and like the U directly in front of you, just a little faded, a little stale, and not just as smooth in her loin edge out to her hip, and just hit me just a little plain in her overall kind. I really liked this young lady's U when she brought her in showmanship. From the profile, she's another one. Front 2/3, she can be my class winner, and I'm not going to argue with you there. Beautiful through her neck, her shoulder, her underline progressions, really, really good. And young lady, what I like about her, she's pretty from the profile. She still packs a punch right in behind her blade. The shape of her foreribs, really, really good. I wish she matched it all the way through, because she's so big right behind her shoulder, she funnels a little bit to her hip and her base when I get in behind her. And as we discussed there in showmanship, she'll get a little tight in terms of her hind leg. But man, good showing to you. I really like the front 2/3 of that ewe-lamb there. This ewe here is just really, really fundamental. She's big in her bone. She's really, really good in her foot size. I like the shape of her front end, the shape of her flank and her body. She gets a little easy in her top line for me, young lady, and you do a good job working it out of her. But I wish she had more true shape. Right down her top line, a little bigger hip and a little bigger power when I got right in behind her there. Talked with the showman down the line here. I thought this was a very, very nice group all the way throughout. A very tough pair there on the top end. My congratulations to them.
Congratulations to Jose Jennings, our class winner, and Maisley Sally, our second. Class 9 is our last class for the breeding U. Five entries for this class. We have Kristen Richter, Gracie Schultz, Hunter Herden, Maggie Heiser, Madison Janice.
Well, a really good group of 5 here to bring us to the end of what I thought's a really nice group of breeding ewes here, and 9 classes of them. We're going to have a good drive here in just a second. I thought the debate really became between 2 and 3 here in this class. I thought your class winner, the young lady in the vest, just the most complete in terms of her skeleton. She has the muscle that the ewe in 3rd brings to the table, but I thought she was a little sounder and had this kind of the structure and balance that the ewe in 2nd brought to the table. Really good in terms of her rib shape, really massive when you get in behind her there, and I thought everything just fit together very, very well. She's got more muscle than the ewe in 2nd, a little sleeker neck and front end and designed to her than the ewe in 3rd. That's why I thought she needed to lead us out there. I really love just the feet, the legs, and the balance of the white ewe coming here in 2nd. I thought she was more ladylike in terms of her structure and her front end than the ewe that comes right in behind her there. Probably not the same hip and muscle or just touch as what your class winner has. That's what I thought the difference was between 1st and 2nd. This ewe in 3rd, buddy, she's not exactly my flavor, but I think she needs to be up here in terms of contention. She is big muscled and really, really powerful and stout when you get in behind her. She's a little coarse, buddy, and a little masculine for me up through her neck and her shoulder. I'd like to lean her up and just make her a little more youthful in terms of her kind. That's why I thought you could run up this south down appearing ewe that the young lady brings to the table. Young lady, if she had a little more hip and a little bit more width as I got in behind her, we can switch that pair because I like her look, I like her balance. She's really, really nice in terms of structure. I thought she was just a little stale and a little closed up as I stepped right in behind her there. This ewe here is really smooth and good down her top line. I like her length of hip and her structure as well. Gets out and moves really good for us there in motion. Young lady, I get right here and behind her elbow pocket. She's just a little juicy for me. I'd like to lean her up in terms of her breeding condition, just a little heavy in that regard. But a very nice class. 5 good showmen here to bring us to the end. We got a little quiet. We're fading. Give them a good round of applause here if you guys would, please.
For our drive, we have Ellie Shuping, Ellery Gunter, Mary Elks, and Peyton Roberts, Macy Sperlin and Carson Harris, Carter Jennings and Gracie Schultz. Oh, just one. Kaylee Casper and Elikata Hill, Cade Ruff, Molly Sally, Kennedy Winslow, Zaid Jennings, Maisie Sally in another entry, Madison Janice, and Maggie Heisler.
Zach Gaither. Is Zach around? Anybody know Zach? Well, he needs to be in here.
I want to take this opportunity to talk about our judge for a little bit. We just want to welcome Connor Brew again. Nice round of applause for him if you guys could. Connor is originally from Elkhart, Indiana, and became very involved with showing and judging. And he's followed that by attending the South Plains College in Loveland, Texas. And he's named the high individual at the National Western and American Royal, where also being an academic All-American. He then made his way to Texas Tech University and completed his bachelor degree in animal sciences and in business concentration. Connor and his wife, Mallory, currently reside in Lubbock, Texas, and serves as the livestock judging coach at South Plains College, enjoys evaluating the shows and working with youth nationwide. He's done a fantastic job for us tonight, and again, just another round of applause for Connor tonight.
All right, as we put a bow here on your breeding ewe show, I know we still have some market lambs to get to, and I'm very much looking forward to that. We saw some good ones sprinkled in through showmanship as well. I like that we get to you a top 5 here in your breeding ewe show because, truthfully, I think there's a mosh pit, a pile of really, really good ones out here that I think represent 9 good classes, first and seconds, that are very, very good. I'm not going to take just super long here. If you've ever judged under me or shown under me, I'm not a Grand Drive speech guy or anything like that. I like talking stock, so I'm just going to highlight them real quick here so you know where I'm at. I thought your lightweight was really, really attractive and good in terms of her front end. Gets a little tight in her spine, a little round in terms of her rump line. Love the body type, just the balance here. The blue ewe that wins class 2, she's a little plain in terms of her pin set and her forerib shape. Could be just a little bit better in terms of her body design. I love the look. I thought it heated up as we got to class 3. Front 2/3 really, really like. She's sleek through her front end, really round in her forerib and fresh in terms of her hide quality. Probably needs a little bit more junk in the trunk and a little bit more bone if we're going to get a bite here in the top 5. But I really like the shape of her rib. I like her underline balance. Looks like a real feminine female. That could certainly be easy to compliment come breeding season. Just need to power her up there when you come buck selection there. The Southdown using the mix. I'll just be truthful with you there. Both of them. I really like Southdown sheep. It's what I started on, those that know me. And I think this is a whale of a breeding female right here. She is just perfect in terms of her balance. Super smooth and good in terms of her structure. She won't thrill you for just height and size. I don't know if she's ever going to be just the biggest sheep to walk God's green earth, but man, everything fits together so well from nose to tail all the way down to the ground. Just the epitome to me of what a Southdown brood ewe should look like. Everything fits together really, really good. To win the show, she probably needs to be neater necked, a little neater shouldered and chested if you're just going to call her out. But I think that ewe is really, really nice. The next ewe is really pretty and really attractive. Those two are kind of just polar opposites in terms of kind. She needs to be just a little rounder in her body shape, a little bigger from behind. But that young lady in the purple sweater brings you one that's really, really attractive, really fun to look at there in motion. I thought the same could be said about the blue ewe that comes right in behind her. I believe that's also the young lady's there. Really good in motion. I mean, she's got a 4.040 when she takes off and goes. A really, really attractive presence in motion. Great in terms of top line. Really loose hinged in motion. Probably needs a little bit more pin bone, and she's a shade plain for me in terms of her chest floor and her lower body, but I really like the kind she represents. I told you, man, I don't have a poker face. I tell you what I see in stock. I'll never try to hide it, and I tell you when I like them or when I don't. And I told you, man, if I could wrap this thing up and put her under a tree, there you go. She is one wacky-looking critter. When we get her propped here from the profile, underline is just off the charts, blade length, neck design. She's freaked out and absolutely wild to look at. We told you, if you're just going to get hard on her and call a spade, she needs to be longer hipped. She needs to be a little looser in the hinge of her hind leg, but my goodness, there's some freak parts and pieces there. She looks like the kind that, if you know me, I gravitate towards. Runs uphill, big legs, good underline. Doesn't have to have the biggest engine. In my opinion, she has plenty for a breeding ewe. She looks spicy there from the profile. The one that wins the class in behind, flip side, beautiful brood ewe prospect. A lot like your Southdown ewe. Everything fits. So well balanced, so proportional. Got enough foot, big bone, big ended, really, really smooth and fresh for a bigger ewe. I thought everything just fit together really, really well. We talked about her in relation to the ewe that wins the class in front or the blue ewe in behind. Is she going to thrill you in terms of her neck and her shoulder and her front end? I won't say she will, but man, if you're going to get hard on her and single trade her there, you won't stay in business very long, because from her shoulder back, that's as good of a female in this particular lineup as you could make. For shoulder blade back, that's what I want you to look like. We could clean her up just a touch there through her chest and shoulder. Working a couple of the seconds here. Again, I think this young man's silver U that stood right in behind the blue U here, very, very nice. A little plain in motion. I like this U. The young lady in the gray vest brings us. She's in the mix as well because that is one stout critter. She's got the big ears, the big feet, the big back, and the big muscle. When you get right in behind her, sweetie, the call I had to make on her and what's running through my mind right now is she's just a little coarse and just a little piecey in the way things fit together. She's got a little deviation in her top line. She's a little plain at her rump. She's a little sharp in her hock. I thought she just had a couple things that added up to her from the side, but I really love the stoutness, the parts and pieces there. That's a generator, in my opinion, sweetie. She's maybe just a little stale and a little piecey there. The blue U's another one that's in my mind because I really love just the out there parts and pieces there. Wild looking, big shaped, and big legged as well. I'd like to fix her dock and her hip and make her just a little fresher over her loin edge to win the gig, but a very, very nice ewe. We left some other ones out that we don't talk about that I think are very, very good sheep. But guys, there was one that blew my wig back the moment she stepped in the ring. There's another one that follows right in behind. We'll get you 5, but pay them off with a good round of applause if you would.
Ladies and gentlemen, first place in our youth show tonight wins a custom leather jacket supplied by Carroll Leather. They need to see Crystal sometime before you leave and get size for your jacket. It will be custom embroidered. They look like the ones on the stage for the champion. The reserve will be the harder shell coat that's on the stage as well. Both will be sized to the child that wins. But we want to thank Carroll Leather for supplying those jackets to us this year. Guys, we're going to go about 15 minutes to get some pictures made at the backdrop, and we'll return for our market show.
Hey,
Lauren, we're going to need Zach Gaither up here when you see him. He got it?
Well, like you'd expect, with the first class of a Market Lamb show, we have a lot of differences in terms of sheep to me in 4 and 5 that I really like from the profile. They're both very, very fresh and good in terms of their shape. Both of them are still just a little green to me in terms of their rib and their loin edge and out to their hip. They're both just a little skinny. So I think with time, these two continue just to go up because I like their build and I like their skeleton just a little flat in terms of their rib cage. I think these three are tough because we have 2 powerful sheep and a good-looking ewe lamb kind of just dashed there in the middle of them. I thought the blue ewe won just off of the shape of her rib, her loin edge, and out to her upper hip. Maybe not just as loose, and her structure is good and her balance as the ewe in second. That's the discussion for me there. But I thought she had just a little bit more terminal shape at this point of the game. I love this ewe lamb from the side. She runs uphill. She's really good in her structure. I like her flank line a little bit better than the young lady's blue ewe. And when I get to a 3/4 view in relation of the top 3, I just need her bigger at her loin edge and out to her upper hip there to turn your class winner. Big legs come in third. He is big footed, big legged, and really, really muscular. He's a little tight in terms of his spine for me and a little round in terms of his hip and his build, but I like the width. I like the muscle. And as we said, both really pretty, good pattern sheep. Need to open them up and give them a little bit more power. So good way to start your market show. Congratulations, young lady, on a good class win.
Class 1 winner is Carson Harris. Second is Claire Santillion. Class 2 coming on in with 4 entries. Madison Janice, Addison Maxwell, Emma Moore, Ava James Kemp.
I think this pair really has a lot of discussion because there's probably a little more shape and just lower butt and bone found in the sheep in second. For me, though, the design, the balance, and the hip design of your class winner suits me a little bit better. I like his smoothness down his top line, and mainly I like his length and levelness, a hip, better than the sheep that comes there in second. Maybe not just as freaked out in terms of crisp and edged up shape and muscularity, but I thought he had plenty in this particular group, and I like his underline. I like his balance, and as I said, the hip and hind leg design is the big difference for me in this pair. If you want to study and just use a little bit more shape and lower stifle and really, really expressive muscle, I think this sheep is really, really good here in second. For me, the design of his hips, just a little bothersome, and the way he's built there out of his rump, a little rounder built off either end. I like him quite a good deal there through his front end and really, really good shape. I thought about switching second and third because I actually like this ewe lamb a little bit better in motion and the way she handles her hip and her hind leg. Young lady, for me, she's a little flat in terms of of a rib shape. And of those 3, I'd like to make her just a little bit bigger as I get right in behind her there. That's why I think, again, there's certainly advantages of the Smoky sheep here in 4. Really big right behind his shoulder. He's got a good handle and a lot of muscle shape to him there from end to end. For me, Sweetie, he's a little bit tight in his spine and motion, a little shorter in his step and stride off either end, but a very, very square, muscular sheep there to round us out. So very, very good class of 4. A lot of challenge there amongst that group.
Class 3 coming in. We have Madison Wagaman, Colton Sally, Lane Markham, Carson Harris, Ella Kate Hill, Cash Langford, Kylie Blevins, another Ella Kate Hill entry, Lauren Wright and Colton Sally.
I don't know how many classes here in your Market Lamb show we have, but I'll tell you, you better bring some good ones to turn these two right here. I really like both of these sheep very, very well, and I think they're going to be competitive as we work through the show. Ideally, though, I take the front end of our class winner with the back end of your second place sheep, and we're off to the absolute races there. I like them both, but I can harp on them both in an area or two. We'll get it out of the way. Your class winner needs to be better in his hip. If you're going to call a spade, he's just a little round in the tilt of his rump. Past that, though, you want to talk about making stock. Absolutely out there in parts and pieces. There you go. His chest, his underline. What I like about this sheep is he runs straight uphill. He is tidy and shallow through his neck and his shoulder, but then still turns some real steel and some real shape right in behind his blade. A very, very creasy, athletic-looking one. I wish he moved better in his hip and hind leg because in this, no, not even close in this particular group. Standing still, though, I think he needs to be your winner. From the shoulder back, though, is where I really, really like this sheep that comes here in two. His body shape is so smooth and very, very good, and the way it transitions up high. And I do like his length, his levelness, and squareness of hip and hind leg a little bit better than our winner. For me, young lady, I had to make a call because I'd like to readjust the hind leg of your class winner. I'd like to fix this guy up front just a little bit. He's got a little too much shape and just chest and neck and shoulder for me at this stage of the game. I'd like to make him just a little shallower and a little neater there through his front end. I think that pair is built for the long haul. Very, very good sheep, good showman on the front end. Standing still, this speckle sheep's right there in it too. I like the sheep that wins. Really, really big backed, really muscular and square when you get in behind him. Young lady, you get out of the brace. I study him in motion. He gets a little tight in his center spine and will round in his hip and shoulder. I read him just a little coarse, a little piecey, big muscles though standing still. I got hard on this ewe lamb in the ewe show, and I had to again. I know the young lady really likes this ewe, and I do as well, because standing still, she is so good. Her body shape's good. She's big-ended. She's really, really big as I take her to the surface. Like the sheep directly in front of you, young lady, in motion, she just gets too tight for me in terms of her spine, a little short in her hip, and a little plain there through her front end. I like the length and levelness of lines here. The sheep that rounds out your top five, really good out of his hip. Really nice in terms of shape and texture of muscle. Young lady, his front knees bother me just a little bit. As he's doing it right now, he'll roll over and buck over there in his knees, and he's just a little tight in motion for me. But I thought standing still, he was long-bodied, really, really fresh, and very, very muscular. Talk to the showman down the line of him here. We've got a pretty one that needs more shape, a powerful one that needs to be a little bit prettier. I need a little more bone here and a little bit more muscle out of these two. But a very, very good class and a deadly pair there on the top end. Congrats to them.
Congratulations to Colton Sally and Kylie Blevins, rounding out our first and second. First two from each of the class will come back for the drive. Moving on to our middleweight division with 8 entries at a class 4. We have Olivia Sanner, Hunter Hurton, Kaylee Casper, Mackenzie Odom, Macy Sperlin, Sedona Sifford, Lane Markham, and Zoe Bright.
Well, I know it's getting late here in the evening as we get going here in your Market Lamb show, but again, I don't want to rush through things. I want to give you your time and your due diligence here. This was a really good first division, and I know if you're standing around ringside here, you probably have somebody out here you're cheering for. So if you guys would, please, these 6 have worked really hard. There's 6 very good showmen here doing a good job here. Make some noise for them. A little louder than that, please. There we go. We're getting to the end of the evening. Hey, this was a real good division. I thought we started out with a good pair in Class 1, moved into Class 2. And what I like about this division is they're all a little different, and I'm okay with that. I'm not one of those guys that said they have to match up just perfect. I think these 6 are very, very good animals. There's a pair of them to me that stick together. We just discussed them. One of them's freaked out and a little round tip. One of them's really good in motion, just a little plain and a little deep up through his front end. They're a great pair, and they're going to be hard to turn as we keep working through them. I like the pair of them here out of our last class, young man, young lady. They'll be champion in reserve. A lot of discussion for me amongst this top three of them here. I thought when we let them loose and we let them loose top in. Thought you let the top three go in motion is where the first two separated themselves, and to me they're very, very close, because I wish I could fix the loin edge here of your class winner, and then I think we're off to the races. He's just a little dry, a little round and plain there at his loin edge, but what I like better about him than the sheep coming in behind, he's more up-fronted. He's better in his shoulder, his lower chest floor. I like his maturity curve, his length of body, and his length and levelness of hip, a little bit better in the sheep coming right in behind him. He's athletic, he's stylish, he's good to look at. And I thought he had plenty of muscle in his own right here, just not as big loin, as big-tailed and hip maybe as the sheep that comes in behind. If you want to switch the pair, because this sheep is bigger at his loin, he progresses better in terms of width and wedge as you get right in behind him. He's a stout, muscular, boxy, really, really good type of a market animal. For me, in relation to our class winner or the sheep right in behind, he's a little shorter measuring for me. As I get to his last rib back, I'd like to lengthen his hip. I'd like to level out his hip and make him just a little neater and shallower there through his front end, but I think that pair has real trade-off and real differences. I thought the look, the balance, and the structure of your class winner had the bigger margin of difference there. I like this sheep in third, standing still, and I thought he could certainly give him the business there on the top end. Really fresh, big-legged, up-fronted, and I like his skin texture and his touchdown, his top line. Young lady, of those three, really of the top five, he progresses the worst to his hip. He gets just a little bit inverted in terms of his width progression, and then in motion, he'll drop his head, roll up in his spine, and round in his hip. So of the three, I thought he was the tightest built. Of the three, I thought he was the lightest muscled, but I really do like that sheep from the profile. This guy does have a lot more shape and a lot more junk in the trunk here in four than over three. Real big-footed, real big-ended, and I like his muscle. Buddy, for me, he's getting just a little plain in terms of his shape, just a little vanilla in terms of his back and his loin edge. I wish we could get a little more electrolyte in him and just freshen him up just a little bit next time you bring him out to the show, because he's good built, he's really, really muscular, just a little plain there when I get my hands on him today. This sheep was being an absolute knothead for this young lady, but you did a good job sticking with him there. This is a really tall-fronted, really fresh-shaped one when you get on top of him with big legs as well. Young lady, he's just a little tight in his flank today, and he's a little flat in his rib and his width when I get in behind him there. You did a good job sticking with him. I know he's being just a bit of a tough show partner there for you. We come down the line, I like this sheep in terms of feet and legs. He needs to be just a little bit better at his loin edge and his upper hip. Got a real stouty type of a ewe-lamb that's a little quick maturing for me. Good looking weather. I get right here. I need just a little bit more junk in the trunk, but a good class all the way down the line there.
Congratulations to our class winner, Kaylee Casper. Second, Lane Markham. Class 5 coming in with 8 entries. Kylie Blevins, Lala Sapp, Maggie Heiser, Finley Ure, Kennedy Winslow, Maddie Young, Kendall Askew, Kristen Reichter.
like a few classes we've had, I think this is a really nice pair to sit back and talk about. I wish I could alter both of them in an area or two. To me, the one that I just think pushes the envelope once again from his shoulder blade backs, the one we lead off with. He's bigger at his loin edge. He's fresher in his loin than the sheep coming in behind. And I like his hip and hind leg build and posture better than the sheep there in second. And up front, man, that thing is stout in his forearm. He's big-legged. He's really, really good in his hide, his freshness, and his body shape. Just really, really stout. Everywhere you study him, I thought his hip and hind legs still move better than the sheep coming in second, although I'd like to fix him up front. He's maybe just a little heavier shouldered, starting to peek out there in his breastbone just a little bit. If we tie him in a little smoother up front, that thing is real, real good. Shoulder blade back, he's absolutely deadly, just a little jammed up there up front. That's why I thought there was discussion, because you get looks of this sheep in second that certainly draw you in. He's probably just a little bit more up-fronted, a little smoother in the lay of his shoulder and his neck, a little neater at the bottom portion of his chest as well. I get right here to a three-quarter view, his loin edge, and just the way he's built out of his hip and hind legs, just a little too round for me. He gets up under himself and pulls his hock in from behind. I really wanted to switch the pair because I love the front third. I couldn't live with the rear third there in motion, but a very, very good sheep standing still. The down weather that works up in third, if he was a click leaner, I'd honestly tempt starting him because he's maybe just a little heavy right in behind his shoulder and there through his front end. But of those three, there's no argument to me he's the best structured. That sheep is really, really good built, really loose in his top line, and very, very athletic in his build and balance. Just a little plain shape, sweetie. When I get on top of him, I'd like to freshen him up a little bit. We got a pretty sheep in four that I like from the profile. He's really, really nice fronted and very, very lean compositionally. Sweetie, he's a little flat for me in terms of his rib shape. And I guess the best word for him today is he's a little gangly and a little leggy still. I'd like to open him up and give him just a little bit more horsepower there. We have that, and that's why I thought 4 and 5 had discussion. Big back shape, really, really muscular. Type of a ewe lamb comes in here next. She's a little weak in her rear pasterns for me, a little straight in her hind leg, and just a little jammed up there through her front end. But I really like her rib cage and her muscle. Like to redesign her off either end there. Like moving down the line here, we got a ewe lamb here that's got some interesting pieces. She's stout at the ground. She runs uphill. She's firm to the touch. She's a little too stale for me in terms of her condition and her hide. She'll in terms of her hip and pulling her hock a little bit when I get right in behind. Big stout muscular weather comes in next. He's a little plain when I get my hands on him and just a little short through his front end. I really like the build, the design of this sheep here from the profile. Young lady, I step right here. I just need to open up his hip and give him a little more product there. So another very nice class. A lot of differences there on the top two, but a good group all the way down the line.
Congratulations, Kylie Blevins, as our number one for this class, and Kendall Askew coming in second. We have one more for the middleweight division. Remember, all first and seconds comes back for the drive. Kennedy Lee, Caleb Davis, Colton Sally, Sawyer Wilkins, Carson Harris, Emma Wood, Claire Santillion, Kendall Askew, Katie Lynn Cook, Sydney Ure, Rachel Bird, Finley Ure, and Olivia Sanner.
Well, to me, probably the toughest pair that we've had so far this evening. I think they're very, very close because they're very different in terms of type and kind. And if you tried to follow me and I try to set the pace and the tone for a sheep show, I like the kind of sheep. The weather in second represents much better than the weather that leads you out. I have this talk with my judging kids quite often about margins of difference. And you got to ask yourself, we get right here to a 3/4 view and say they're the same weight or roughly close. And to me, the sheep in second probably fits inside your class winner 4 or 5 times. So to me, the margin of difference in terms of structure versus muscle, I think the greater margin is the sheep that leads out in terms of power. Because when you get right in behind him and just study him as an individual, his forerib, his body shape, his progression of his loin edge, and mainly just his 3/4 view, I think is really, really impressive. Big and square at his tail, matches as you work down. He came in and he was pretty wound up, and we kind of wanted to sidestep on the young man, so I didn't have the biggest first impression of him because I read him just a little coarse through his front end, a little sharp and a little rigid in the design of his hind leg. But to me, as you start adding up the totals and subtracting the negatives there, I just thought his muscle and power and freshness was just too great of a margin to turn in this particular group. As I said, I tried lobbying and I tried doing it many, many times. That's why I wanted to walk him a couple times just to make sure. Unfortunately for me, as we work into the sheep in second, I like his hip and hind leg better than our class winner. Very good in terms of the shape and movement of his hind leg. Runs uphill, very, very smooth in terms of his balance. I wanted to use him, and then again, you get to the 3/4 view, he's just not good enough in his forerib and his body shape for me. I think his hip's plenty big. I think he's got enough base width from behind, but right behind his shoulder, he's just too piquant for me. In terms of his body shape, he'll get a little low fronted, a little deep in terms of his shoulder as well in motion, so I just didn't know if I could cross that threshold, but a very, very good pair. I like both those sheep. This young man, you're a hand, man. You do a great job here on this sheep here in third. He gets him running uphill, embraces the daylights out of him. Real good textured. I actually think his muscle shape's a little bit better than the weather in front of him. Very, very good in terms of shape and texture. To me, he gets a little plain at his hip, a little stale as I work from his tailbone back, and just a little plain in terms of his hind leg design. I thought he was just a little general from the profile, but really runs uphill with a good shape behind his shoulder. There's more muscle from behind in the weather in 4. I really love his hip, his stifle, and his base width. He's a little mature for me up through his neck and his shoulder, and then I get on top of him, and just right here in his transition of his mid-body, loin, and upper hips, a little too piecey for me. A lot of the same can be said about the weather rounding out your top 5. Really, really good right behind his shoulder and nice through his neck. Just needs to be bigger pinned and a little smoother at his loin, his hip, and his hind leg design. Gets just a little bit plain on us as well. The ewe lamb in 6 is a really interesting one. I love her foot size, her mass, and her dimension. Just too chubby for me around her dock and right in behind her elbow pocket. We got a pair of blue weathers that are really, really raw and shapely. Both just a little flat when I get on top of them there. So the toughest class we've had this evening today. A very good group and a good pair, and we'll work through your middleweight drive.
Coming back for our drive, we have Kaylee Casper and Lane Markham, Kylie Blevins and Kendall Askew, Colton Sally, Kennedy Lee,
This is a very tough middleweight division, and we got a lot of different kinds out here. And if you like a different one than me here in just a moment, again, I'm not going to argue with you. I think you could certainly go a lot of different directions. Just a quick highlight so you know what's going on in my mind here. I thought your first class winner really pretty, a little flat, and probably need a little more loin and muscle when I get in behind him. Second had those advantages, but got just a little round off either end of his body. Your class 2 winner, from his shoulder blade back, to me, he's a dominant champion amongst this division. I love his cage quality, his height, his width progression, the shape of his lower cheek, the set and posture and travel of his hind legs, I think is absolutely spot on and second to none. The call we had to make in class, the call we have to make now, is how do you read his neck and his shoulder and the way he ties in up front. You call it good enough there. To me, he daylights this particular division because he's still very, very athletic. The sheep that was second to him runs uphill, really good in his chest, really good in his underline. We talked his loin edge to his dock shape, and his hip and hind legs a little round, but he's in the mix for me because his underline balance is good, he runs uphill, and he's really, really nice to look at from the profile. The last pair we talked about, very different. I like the sheep in second. In terms of structure, I just didn't read his forerib and his body shape round enough at this weight and stage of the game. Class winner, really, really thick and chunky and muscular, a little coarse and a little piecey for me and my kind, but man, he's really, really good when you get from a rear view. So they can go a lot of different directions. It's a close race for reserve for me. I like the young lady out of class 2 to be your champion. We're going to follow up with the second behind to be reserved. Congrats to her.
Congratulations to Kylie as our winner and Kendall Blevins as our reserve. Class 7 starts out our heavyweight lambs. We have 9 entries in Class 7 with Brantley Meadows, Cannon Wilholt, Darcy Butcher, Alyssa Kopp, Caleb Davis, Emma Heron, Colton Sally, Lydia Wilson, and Callan Cook.
Good way to start your heavyweight division, and I think your class winner to me is just a little more commanding when you study his presence from the profile and in motion. He comes with the extra extension that I prefer. In relation to the sheep coming in second, he's a little shallower, a little neater there through his front end, and then just a very athletic, good built sheep when you get onto him. I thought he had plenty of muscle in his own right as well. Probably not just as big at his loin edge or his tail maybe as the sheep coming right there in second, and he will get a little easy in his top line at times when he's over driving, but when the young man shakes him and you study him there in motion, I think the athleticism, the extension, the design suits me a little bit better there. The sheep in second's probably, again, just a little rounder in his body shape, a little bigger and square at his loin edge, so I certainly think there's some discussion there. Buddy, for me, he's just a little short everywhere I study him. In terms of his length of front, length of body, and length of hip, he's just a little bit more compact. In relation to the sheep we start, thought he got a little plain bellied and just a little bit plain from the profile, but I really do like his width and his muscle. A really good looking sheep comes here in third. Really 3 and 4 are both very good looking sheep. I like the sheep in third. In terms of elevation and design, he'll get a little round in terms of his hip, a little off in terms of his loin edge for me. I'd like to make him just a little square as I step right in behind him there. Love the neck design. The front end of the silver sheep gets a little straight in his hind leg, a little plain when I get right in behind him there. As we said, the young man's a really good stick here on the sheep rounding out your top 5. Buddy, for me, he's just too short and round in terms of his hip design. Front 2/3 I like. Skin quality, very, very good. Need to make him better there in his rump design. We got one here that's really, really stout and muscular, but he's a little tight in terms of build. I really like the young lady sheep in terms of structure and athleticism. Want to power him up. Need a little bit more bone here, buddy. And this particular sheep, he's just a little frail for me.
For that Class 7, Colton Sally was our first place, and Brantley Meadows was second. Congratulations. Heavyweight Class number 8 with 3 entries, Sedona Sifford, Colton Sally again, and Maggie Heiser. Good way to bring us to the end before you heavyweight drive. If you want to talk about a body shape, here's your class winner. His rib cage is arguably the best we've had in the ring today. Progression of muscles, really, really good with a good flexible hind leg as well. I could fix the way his neck and his shoulder tie in just a little bit up front and just lengthen his rump out just a little bit. And honestly, his forearm and his body shape is just so gnarly, it will throw off his top line just a little bit. But I think that sheep's going to be right there in the thick of it here in your heavyweight drive. Really, really pretty, good-looking sheep. Comes here in second. I love the athleticism and the skeleton here. Young lady, in relation to our class winner, I get to that three-quarter view, and just right here in the middle of his back,
work from his tailhead, his hip, and his stifle to the ground, just not as powerful all the way through as what your class winner is. Got a really good female here in terms of structure, body type, and smoothness. I really like this ewe. She's just a little soft and a little plain when I get my hands on her today, but a very good female in terms of body and functionality there. So good way to round us out. We'll work through your heavyweight drive. My congratulations to all of them here today.
Congratulations, Colton Sally is our first place, and Sedona Sifford in second. Class 9 is a single entry. Macy Sperlin. And we're moving on to the final drive. That final drive from Class 7, 8, and 9 is Colton Sally and Brantley Meadows. Colton Sally again, Sedona Sifford, and Macy Sperlin.
Miss Wendy, will you come here?
We could have Madison Janis to come down to the front to see Miss Wendy there.
Very tough, but good heavyweight division here to bring us to the end. I thought your pair of the first class were really good. We talked the extra extension, athleticism, and design of your class winner was a little nicer and a little more my speed. He can be better at his loin edge and just a little bit better in his width progression, and maybe at times will get just a little easy and a little plain in his top line and lower shoulder. My call on him is if his loin edge is good enough, then he easily wins. If his chest floor is good enough, then he easily wins. Those two things kind of put together make it just a little hard to say he's a dominant champion in this heavyweight division, but as far as extension, structure, design, and balance, that is certainly the sheep that's the closest to the mark for me amongst this particular group. There's kind of a fever-scarred sheep that comes here in second. Man, I really like the balance of this weather. He is good in his rib cage. He is better over his loin edge and in his strength at top than the sheep we started, and we talked about that in class. The call I made on him is he's just a little shorter bodied for me, a little more jammed up, and just a little plainer there through his lower shoulder, his chest, his lower body, and I just like to stretch that sheep out there from the profile. The sheep that wins Class 2, body shape is absolutely wild. I mean, that thing is gnarly in his forerib, real fresh, real aggressive up high. Same could be said as you get in behind him. Still like the way he handles his hip and hind leg. For me, he's a little straight and a little coarse there through his front end, and his rack is just so darn gnarly. It kind of throws off his top line, and the way his rack, his middle of his spine, and his loin edge and his hip will come together there from the profile. I had to make a call here. Is that sheep just stylish enough? Is he just athletic enough for me to be the champion? That's what's running through my mind. A good second from the profile. Need just a little bit more power there. The silver sheep, single entry weather here. This young lady does a good job with him and really gets him running uphill. He is lean and very, very firm compositionally for where he's at in a weight perspective. Young lady, right in behind him. He could be just a little bit bigger hipped, a little bit bigger to his dock and his stifle. That's the question mark on him there. So I think there's a lot of different ways you can go in this heavyweight division. I think there's 3 sheep certainly in contention. My favorite one, though, comes out of the first class. That young lady, being the young man's weather there, first class will be your champion heavyweight. Give her a nice round of applause if you guys would. We drop that second in, and I think there's some discussion here for reserve and which direction you want to go. Ultimately, for me, I'd like to redesign both of them a little bit through their chest and their front end. Both are just a little choppy, a little short in terms of their stride. I like the body shape, the progression, and the freshness a little bit better. Our Class 2 winner, young man, you're going to be reserve.
Our champion will be Colton Sally's entry and his second entry. Congratulations. Lining back up for the drive. Doing top 5.
Brandon. Brandon.
All right, as we wrap up here for the evening, we had a really, really good sheep show through showmanship all the way through your ewes and your wethers. And I don't know how many showmen or total market lambs or ewes we even went through, but I tried to get you a good pace and make sure everybody still gets talked to here. Very good sheep show and a lot of challenge. Truthfully, there was a lot of very nice ones, but a lot of differences that you could put together and certainly come up with some different lineups here as you come out here. To me, there's one, though, that just pushes it again in terms of having some extra parts and pieces that are fun to look at and study. Great neck, great shoulder, super athletic in terms of his kind. We talked his hips just a little round, but past that, I think a very hard one to turn. And we'll go down the line here. We'll get you a reserve 3rd, 4th, and 5th here, but if you guys would, before we close on the evening here before tomorrow, give him another nice big round of applause.
Overall market champion is Colton Sally, and the reserve is Caleb Davis. Congratulations, guys.
Okay, guys, we're going to go to the backdrop, take some pictures, and then come back for the parent showmanship. We're going to have quite a few parents in the showmanship. We need Kennedy Winslow to the arena, please. Kennedy.
Test, test.
you want me like? How about you go? Yeah, I'm not. No, I don't. I don't know what to say then. Just say it. Do that. Switch. Y'all switch. I put this man in front because he fully walked around the ring and he didn't cut any corners, and the person behind him, I see he cut corners and he didn't fully go around the ring, and this lamb would just, well, the guy that got second, his lamb kept on humping, his back kept on humping up, and this one, it didn't, and it stayed straight, so I think he just presented him a little bit better, so that's why he got first, and